Good morning and welcome to the Breakfast Club. My name is Darren Hancock and it is now January 30th, 2024. And how exciting is this? We are like a week away from our mentor, Michael J Huddleston, or better known as ICT, in the Robbins Cup. I think in the morning we're going to do a little review of the standings in the World or the Robbins Cup. We're just gonna kind of marvel at the speed at which he does this, or what we're expecting him to do anyway. So we'll start the show off with a where's Michael? It'll be like a where's Waldo, and then we'll have to look all the way up at the top here, and we'll have to find him. Speaking of moving around, in terms of the NASDAQ, let me make sure that we're all up and running here first. I hope you all had a really good day yesterday, and we were calling it up there yesterday, so that was kind of nice that we finally got the carrot, took the carrot way up at the top there, and went beyond our little short-term projection. But that's pretty much coincides with what we're looking for the rest of the month and into next month. I'm still looking upside, but I've got a downside play right now. I was thinking about maybe we can get to the mean threshold, which might already have been met. The mean threshold of this bullish candle, BISI fair value gap, getting back to the midpoint of that in here somewhere, or at least at the best the top of these highs, or even down into these lows here. Looking at it on a daily perspective, there's always this return to old high here. If this fair value gap stays open, that we may get it tomorrow, or run down into here, create this little fair value gap, pop into here, and then start running up for another high. Like this becomes the next order block on the daily. So we'll see how this one ends up. But if this turns around now and starts to run back up into this order block on the 4 hour, which is already broken down below it, opened on it. Yeah, it feels like it might have more downside. And because I'm not 100% certain, I'm only going in with one lot right now for a little short trade. So we'll see how that one kind of pans out. And we are live. That's good. And as usual, Kirk is probably, yes he is, there's Kirk Townsend. And Kirk Town. They're both here. I guess they're two separate people. Okay, welcome, Kirk and Kirk. Alex? Yeah, it does look bad. I agree. I took it earlier thinking it might go somewhere, but it's not. But we'll see how it pans out. You're right, Alex. It's not a great trade at all. It's all sideways now. I think if it comes back down and takes these little lows out, I'll just get out for a break even. Unless it takes me out here. See, it's compressing here. So it's got to break out somewhere. That may be it. Not until 7:30 my time, to 9:30 New York time. I'm going to bring that right down into here now, just because I want to make sure it doesn't get above that little order block right there. So I'm going to bring this into here. I don't want that order block to go. We've already taken out the little highs here, equal highs, order block up here inside that range. So I want to see it hit that like that and then react off of there and get back down to my break even and just take these guys out just to cover the cost of the trade, and then I'll get out. Always good morning all. Waiting for the SMR with the 930 Judas and using jolts to take us higher. What do y'all think? Good morning, Dick Miller. How are you? Yeah, I definitely think it's going to go higher, but I want to see where it takes us. I'm thinking these equal highs, or at least the midpoint mean threshold, consequent encroachment of the BISI. We didn't just get a little reaction off of this here. Let's go quarters. See, there's 50% right there. This is really compressing now. Yeah, I think the 1 hour breaker will be the catalyst. The 1 hour breaker. You can go up in here yet in that range. I'm in it way down at a discount. Looking for it. Got in a little too early thinking that this was going to become an inversion. So it's interesting to kind of jump ahead of what you think it might be instead of what you're actually watching, because they may not manifest. And this will probably end up taking out my stop loss here. Good morning, Sammy. How are you? Sure, but equities open will eat through a lot of structure already in place. This is just not the place to be inside. I'll take the $50. I don't want that high to go now. I don't want that order block to go. Yeah. Sorry, cannot will for higher time frame PDAs. We have this is the S&P. What the hell am I in the S&P? I keep thinking I'm in NASDAQ, but I'm not. That's my first mistake. I'm getting out of that. $50. Let me get back into NASDAQ. Get a better bearing on this one. Okay. Yeah, this one is the one that's got downside. I'm back into that breaker that always had mentioned. This is the one I thought I was in. But I was in, yes, yet again. I must have been looking over at it and saw something similar and dropped something in there. I'm not going to make an excuse. That was my bad. It was $50 bad trade. That's funny. Yeah, I couldn't understand that can not will. Can and will not. Let's put this fair value gap in here just so we can remember it. Oops, that's a 5. I don't have a 5. Okay. Minute. Oh yeah, this was the breaker. Where did our little ES end up? It would have taken me, it would have cleaned me out anyway. Would have come down here and broke me even. Would have made a couple of bucks on that. Oh well. That probably happened right as I was taking it out here. I tell you, that's the time to stay in a trade when I get out of it. Anyway, bad call. Looking up here now on ES. And up into this order block here. There's a midpoint there that looks soft for me, right there. Now rejection. See where that one closes. Oh, that's a 5-minute candle, just getting started. We're approaching 7:35 right now, so look at this up here. Inside this breaker here with midpoint mean threshold of that breaker will put you right in this low mean threshold of, sorry, consequent encroachment of that SIBI. So my high goes right here on 5-minute. Rejection block. Now I really want to see that close below this little tiny imbalance in here. Probably see it on the 1-minute. Oh, it's a fair value, yep. Right back to the mean threshold of that little tiny candle there. Look at that, right the way across. No, not quite, just a little above it. Consolidation, break down below, run back above, come back to, continuation to the upside, or is this 11 or 9:30 going to run down, take this out, dig down deep? I'm looking in here to see if this holds price. We start getting a body above here. I still feel like we're a little more light on this, not heavy, or heavy on this, not light. watch this inversion in here. I want to see that whole price now. There we go, there's 930. Back to that 5-minute fair value gap, tagged off of it. Now we run back in to fill this. Now it opened, went lower, turned around, went back up. So further downside. They just cleaned out these trailing stop losses behind them. Find support at that order block now. That inversion now provides a level of support. Further upside. See where this body ends up leaving us here. We've got a body above this high now. Return back into the breaker. Inversion. Inversions here. There's a little tiny imbalance in here. But back to that breaker. Well, the overall breaker. More mitigation at this point because it didn't go below a low here. This one did. So back to mitigation block. Further upside. Look for that guy over here now. The completion of this regular trading hours gap. That was your fear, Alex, hey? Alex trades futures was when I was on I think we're probably seeing a big up run on here from where we were here. I was looking to get out at a break even. That's what I think what Alex was fearing is like, you're on the wrong side of this, buddy, and it's before the news release, you're in a consolidation, get the hell out. So good call, Alex. Came in, saw it right away. Good work. All right. We're inside this mean threshold. to here. Order block. I want to see just really start ripping down here. So we go back to the, you take this, make it into quarters. We're just past, we've closed above 50%. We've come back into the candle that breaks that high breaker here. One, two, three. Is that a down close or flat? 7.5 is flat. Add these three together to the body. I can see where we're stuck right in here now. Wait for this thing to decide whether to eat through this or come back through this breaker here. Oh, I like to see this as being the crazy Ivan this morning. There's the bottom of the hour. That run up in the first 6 to 8 minutes. And then the continuation on the downside. So we'll see if that high gets taken out. Getting into 40, 42. of indecisiveness here. I'm not going to waste brain power right now trying to analyze every little candle. Let's wait for until we see something of significance here. You guys all excited to see Michael enter into the Robbins Cup? I'm going to make sure I have that as a... We'll make sure we have this as a Robbins Cup trading leaderboard. Standings. And he is in the futures, first quarter futures day trading championship. All right, so here's our leaderboard right now for the Robbins Cup. Current standings, 2024 first quarter futures. Michael's entering into the future side. So far, all those big yackers and trash talkers, I don't see any of their names up there yet. Before Michael even gets started, I don't see their names up there, so 90% return on his money right now, World Championship Futures Trading. $140% for 2023-24. Wow. $491%. You can win it. So I'll post this every morning. We'll kind of keep an eye on this in February. Every morning I'll post where he's at. So you guys will see. Well, Matthew Miller, there is the trades by Matt is at 73%. Has Matt been trash talking him? Yeah, Michael's deposit's already down. He's confirmed it. Everything's in. They're just he's just waiting to get started now. He said it'd be starting in the first February 5th or something. February 5th. Yep, Monday, February 5th. So we're stuck in limbo here. Let's have a look at some other one. Ooh, boy, did that ever like to change the direction, hey? Let's see what's going on in the higher time frame on that. So I think did we get the midpoint of that? No, we didn't even hit the midpoint of this one either. Consequent encroachment of that on the hourly. So S&P 500 is above its, see the difference between the two? S&P is above its regular trading hour gap. NASDAQ is marred down in the bottom half. Okay, while we're waiting for NQ to do something, I'm going to go over and let's look at Dow. Dow's created that fair value gap, a body above the high, come back into it. We're now lifting up above it. That looks a lot cleaner price action than NASDAQ right now. Much cleaner. Dixie, what are you up to today? Still inside that daily fair value gap. We'll run these lows here back into the midpoint or the top of the weekly. Retag that down. That will be upside for all the back to their fair value gaps as well. Higher time frame stuff. New Zealand dollar banging off that level we pointed out a while ago. I haven't changed that line for a while, so it looks like we're just banging off of that. Fair value gap, ran that high. Back to this order block here. Oil, I do like oil. Old high, let's come back, hit it. 2 days ago, hit that nicely. Hit it again today. Lots of equal highs up here. Weekly fair value gap open. Oil's got some upside still. We'll see how it gets through this order block here, or this bottom end of the daily fair value gap. Gold, we're up inside that daily here, right on the top of it right now. Run the highs. We'll see how this acts, whether it acts as support or we pull back down, close below it today. See the banks opening up here. Good. Citigroup's really gapped up today. And back in the electrocution. It looks like the charts are being electrocuted right now. Well, it's a wait and see game now until 10 o'clock. There's nothing to even talk about in terms of which PD arrays they're reaching for, because that's, for me, there's no value in that to sit there and try and talk about different arrays that it's reaching for. And I don't want to study this part. So where do you guys want to go with this? Where would you like to see this channel go? Just giving signals all the time and giving, talking about setups? Or would you like to see it move in a different direction? What would you like to see to stay consistently? You as a community, what is it you're most interested in terms of what you'd like to see presented here? Jolts. What the hell's jolts? Jolts. Jolts. What's that? What does that stand for? You're talking to a paramedic. Jolts is like jewels to me. That's like shocking somebody, which is like what this looks like. You're getting jolted. So what does jolts mean? Oh, it's news. I don't care about news. I do like the volatility that the news brings to the market. So you wait for that volatility to come in. Because anytime you do back testing, you go back and you look at the markets, whether it be on the hour, minute, day, whatever. You never go back. Well, I've never heard anybody, I'm not saying you, I never go back and I go, what was the news at this time here that caused it to go to the PD array that I'm looking for down here? None of this jibber jabber that goes on, the news, the fundamentals. I hear people being big fundamentals. Now, I'm not dissing all you people out there that love fundamentals. Bless you for doing that. To me, it's just way too much noise. I had no idea, when we were calling this yesterday, I had no idea what the fundamentals of any of the companies that are represented in the NASDAQ, what they were going through, what was going on, what the news events, what was going on in board meetings and around the world, all that other stuff. Didn't have a clue. But did it affect our reading of the charts? Not at all. So fundamentals played no role whatsoever in the technical analysis of a minute-by-minute candle. Now, there's people out there saying, you're nuts if you think that you're going to totally read the markets on a technical analysis, day-by-day, minute-by-minute candle without understanding fundamentals, or news releases for that example, in that case. So, whether there was news released here or not, coming back to a discount inside an array that supports price, all right. If there's a fundamental reason it came down there, okay. Whatever your method for reading the market is, go for it. So in terms of news, how does the news, it's more volatility into the market, and we like volatility because that's when the markets start to move around. And when they move around, we analyze it, or I like to analyze it with pure technical stuff. My buddy loves to talk about fundamentals and that a lot, and what people's opinions are. And none of what we did yesterday was based on somebody else's opinion, some talking heads on MSNBC or any of that other crap. None of it. We just looked at each candle as it was forming. I had no idea what was going on outside the front door of my house yesterday when we were calling it minute by minute. So that's not being cocky. Please don't think that's being arrogant, because it's not. It's just saying that's all I know, is to read it exactly as I see PD arrays. So until that starts going, oh, that's the PD array you're reaching for. That doesn't make sense. Why did it go there? And it does that consistently to screw me up, then I'm going to keep sticking to the method that works for me. That's all. So, to answer your question, news events, you wait for them to happen, throw some volatility in the market, and then we'll get back into watching the algorithm move around. Just talk through your ideas day by day. It's invaluable to someone learning ICT. Thank you, Kurt. Like we know not to partake in CPI, etc. only after, but some red folders are worth trading before it hits. Oh, before they hit. Well, if you think the red folders are worth trading before they hit, and you're absolutely sure about that, based on some fundamental belief that it's going to go to a certain level, and it's a PD array that supports a fundamental idea that supports that red folder, man, I am 100% in support of whatever method you use. But I can't say, well, I suppose I could, maybe, if I was here and I said, okay, now I'm expecting this news release to move price up here in terms of the PD array now. And if it does, then, yep, it's a red news event. I'm in a discount array. I've taken out some lows here, and I'm expecting it to now run back up into the premium level on this news event. Would I trade that right on that? That would take some, that would be a turtle soup, if you're thinking turtle soup time, and trade that right off a news event and ignored the news event and said, I'm expecting it to go up there anyway. What I'm saying here is, whatever your narrative is, whatever it is your way of reading the market, if you think you can trade a red folder event with ICT concepts before the event happens with confidence that it's going to go to the direction you're going to go, you're better at it than I am. I never use a red folder, orange folder event to read the price. I wait for the mess to get over with, and then we start getting back into a smoother. This is just high resistance. This is just bashing around doing shenanigans here. So I wait for that to clean up, and once it cleans up, then you can start getting back in sync with the market. So I'm not saying you're wrong always. I think that's balls to the wall, man. Go for it. If it works for you, do it. I've never been able to time a news event with a specific folder or a specific PD array. I always look for manipulation before entering anything. Oh, good. And see how you start to develop. See, always has got that a method of looking for something specifically before he thinks about entering into a specific discount array. Let's say there's some manipulation that's occurred in the market. Great. When we get a return to this area, I'm interested in it. Now it's come back there. Now what supports the idea to continue on from here? If I see this breakthrough here, come back to it, I'm in. So you're setting up your narrative before it actually happens. Like yesterday, you saw that I was making some calls on, I'd like to see this fair value gap form on the next couple of candles there. I'll pop back into it and then get short or go long. So that's what you kind of think about what the narrative's going to do before it happens. So here's the 10 o'clock. So if we take this low out, get back down to that level, then I'm going to wait for the 10. So we still got that area, that breaker in line there. There's the 5 minute. Now, are you trading? Did you trade this? Did you trade this one always? Did you take the red candle and you expected some downside and you traded it before it happened? Did you pick up a spot in here to trade that? If you did, man, your method was working great for you. If you anticipated, we wanted it to get down here. So on that news event, the fact that it blasted down like that, awesome. So now we're into the breaker. This is the area that we're looking for old highs, I think it was. Nope, seeing this as manipulation, waiting for after. Okay. So we'll see if this provides a level of support here. So some people might say that's a silver bullet right there. Right off that order block. I guess that might be the breaker for that run up above this high here. Mitigation maybe. There's no swing. Anyway, off that order block. Well, it may not be done there yet. What do we see the hour was doing? So we still have the midpoint or mean threshold of that breaker, which is a fill or return to this old high here, and we could dig down into that order block still yet. So not touching this yet. 17,591. $17,593. Alrighty. So back to this order block. Old high. Mean threshold. There's a little cluster of PD arrays all in here, overlapping one another. So there's the fill of that. I run back to the PD array here and here, here, here. There's the mean threshold. React off that. For up here, this old high here, this order block. Mean thresholds next in that one. Then you're back to the mean threshold of that one again. Rejection block, overlapping PD arrays here. So there's mean threshold there. Sorry, consequent encroachment. When I say consequent mean threshold, I mean the middle of it. Just in the middle. I know Michael defines them differently, but I keep tripping over that word over and over again. So looking for that high, look for a fill of this in here and that order block there. See if you get a bump right there. You'll see right in here is a little tiny imbalance. If I stretch this out, you'll see it grow a little bit. See that in there? My eyes look for those things. See how when we created this on the way up, we came all the way back down and filled it perfectly right there, reacted off of it, moved to another PD array. Got nothing in here yet. So if you took this 10 o'clock gap here as the SIBI here as your first silver bullet entry, and you got in right off here, this old low here. If you're aiming for this low here, you're getting squeezed. So far it looks like it's supporting price on the way up. I want to see it get through this 5-minute fair value gap with the body of the candle and start getting on top of it. And that you'd have to look at on a 5-minute chart. You want to see that get on top of that with a 5-minute order block. I just want to see if there's a little bump off that little level right there. So the bodies are respecting that right now. And we come back all the way back inside it. And if you look down here, there's a little tiny imbalance down here too. And if you look at that from premium or premium to discount, if you're going to come back in a quick wick inside here, look for there. That would be a discount portion. And here he goes with his fib tool again. Look at that, lines up perfectly on 62%. Watch that level. So these stabs down here with the attempt to re-engage the lower level. We're staying up in that 75% of that. This bottom half's been worked. And we're just working in here inside that fair value gap here, SIBI. See that level is providing support off the order block. Close with the bottom half of the SIBI. All those levels, PD arrays all lining up, just kind of at ding, ding, ding. Bouncing off of them, and we still have the top half of this. Want to see a breakthrough of that now. Or come back, revisit this one quick spike back down here, grab that. Just watch that level again. I'll put my crosshairs there so you get to see. Okay, we're through it. Oh, good. So mean threshold, rejection block, that top of that 5-minute fair value. Yep, we're banging right off of that, coming back into here now. So we'll see where this closes. They really damaged that. That wick came ripping through here. You'd have to maybe look on a 1-second chart to see what that came back into, because I don't see anything in here. Oh, wait a second. Order block, mean threshold. Look at this right here. There to there. Oh, we didn't even come back into the mean threshold of that one. Nope. Now you want to see some lift. So if you did put your entry in here and your stop loss there, you're still good. Now what I'm looking for is this. 1 minute to fill. Mean threshold. Now if we get some serious upside here, turning around, I'm looking at this news release here. See how we've, that 5 minute, we've got to get above it, come back down to it. So you go to a 5-minute chart. See, there's a body that closed just above it, right there. Get back into the mean threshold. I wouldn't even want to see it get all the way back down in there now. You want to see it just leave from here. This breaker here, you want to see that continually holding price now. I like to go long there. But I want to see a body get above here, not just a wick. It's a breaker. Last down close candle before I run above these highs. But I want to see a body get up there. We could get some more choppy crap here. You want to see it clean up a bit more. This is all a lot of wicks ripping back and forth. So I'll wait. 15-second fair value gap. Digging big back in here. There's that little imbalance again. 1 minute fair value gap right to the top of that imbalance. I want to see it get through here and have the candle start cleaning up a bit. And you might have to wait till 11 o'clock now. We'll see. 11:22, 21. So we should get a turn here. There should be a swing point. There's your swing point, as ordered. Now that doesn't mean to say it's going to stay there. Just telling you it's a swing point. Inside that big mess, I wouldn't give it any validity right now. Next one should be coming in a few minutes. Any of you guys trading this mess? Or you want something like that? This guy looks a lot cleaner, mind you. 5 minute. Back to consolidation. Look at that nice return to old highs here. What's that on 5 minute? Oh, that could actually run into here. There's the, right there. Right there would be the midpoint of that. And you want to see a reaction off of that point going back up if we're long on going back into a long on this. Otherwise, look down here for order block. Mean threshold hasn't been hit yet on the 5 minute. Back to here would put you, oh, that's actually going to take that low back to this old high here. That would be the spot. What's Dixie up to? Running back up. So we're not getting downside, we're getting upside. These equal highs here. Look for this candle's low body, and then the top of that fair value gap again. So you got mean threshold, overlapping PDAs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All up in there. Not to mention if you split this into quarters. We sure like that 5-minute PDA, or that 5-minute fair value gap. Oh. Again, I'm just going to hold off on analyzer wasting brain energy on messed up consolidations. Back to the mean threshold of this candle. Look for this up here, 1-minute fair value gap to either support price above these highs here, get a body above that, start running up above, or we're just going to watch it between this 5-minute and 1-minute overlapping higher and lower time frame PDAs. Those are going to be supports, inversions, which is which. See, having higher time frame PDAs right now, having your idea where you want to see it go in terms of your general bias, that's going to give you your entry, long or short, depending on your upper bias for sure. But you can't do any of those things until you see something down in these lower time frames that support that the elephant's just dipped his toe in the pool, as Michael likes to describe it. I hope Lauriston, if Lauriston's out there, I hope he's doing well. Derek, hope you're doing well too. Cody, I haven't seen Cody here in a couple of days. Hope you're fine as well out there, you guys. Mr. T, I haven't heard from Mr. T in a while either. Here's that next potential turn spot. Next few minutes we should see a turn with some shenanigans. Look what 70% lines up on. Perfect close. Optimum trade entry, do we go shorter? Or is this going to be one of those small range days where we're looking at creating for the daily? I like the idea that the daily didn't do it. I was kind of hoping that we would get it's come back to there already. was kind of hoping we get if we did get a run back into here, this order or this order block here, that we didn't just come back and tag the top of the blue line, which is, let's say we add these two, it's like a 2-day order block. It's not validated over there, so it'd have to be this one here, or we get back into the body there. You see that body? That impulse? Sorry, impulse. It's not impulse. My mouse is just trying to produce words here. This daily imbalance right there in price. I was kind of hoping we get a big wick day down into here and tag it one more time, even though we've run through it already. I don't see anything other than the mean threshold of that wick, or the consequent encroachment, if you want to call it that, which is back into this breaker. Yeah. I guess if it just comes back into here, I want to see something really bold now. Otherwise, this is going to be a day that you go, all right, that's how we end up today, just bashing around sideways, going up and down inside this wick to wick. Like that's already established the higher and the low of the day. That we're just going to go sideways, bouncing around inside here. And then tomorrow, tomorrow I'd expect to see another wick down, run back up above these highs. Hard to call. Hard to call that right now. So there we go. We got to run right back up into that 1 minute fill. 62%, or is it 70% optimum trade entry right there? So that was your OTE. Still nothing to play off of. Now, I don't know why I keep calling it the crazy Ivan. It's not a crazy Ivan. It's just some little thing that happens in the first 6 to 8 minutes after the bottom of the hour. You could see a crazy Ivan all the way down into here, and then a continuation on the upside. That's what I'd like to see. Not that it's going to do that, but that's what I'd like to see. And 50% of the leg that took out the high of the run up to equities open. Yes, 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 yes. Good call always. I like the colour of your fabric, mate. I do like the colour of your fabric. Look at that. Lovely. That's a nice bit of cooling, that is. Bloody marvellous. You're right, laddie. You're very right. You like to see that close below that level though, lad. Not closing above it. Do. Yes. So if that's true, we need to close below it and start driving down. If we close above it, let's put these guys in something I can see that's more fun to play with. 15, 5. I'm just inside this guy here right now, so right back to that breaker. See that right off the body or the wick nicely. I want to see that return go back down, so that's that 50% of that price leg that takes out the high. Now you want to see that hold price now and start coming back down. So ideally you don't want to see this get broken if you're short. You want to see that trade up to there, the body stay inside that and start to turn around and come back down now. Again, just because of all this consolidation, I'm not trading that, but it does. It's a nice call though. Always. I'm going to call you Al for short. Just seems strange calling you always. So now you want to see that push through the bottom of that candle. Like that. Now that validates that order block. I'm going to get back into that little low discount array we were talking about over here. Or are we leaving? We put these two overlapping. So we're still overlapping these two. Lower time frame, higher time frame. So if you go to a 5-minute chart, you'll see that see how we've got a body above it now? But all these wicks that constantly keep running back down into it. I wouldn't want to see it break the low on that again. If you're higher, and if you're going lower, I'd like to see that break through there, come back up, find some support at it, and then continue pushing through. Now for those of us on the 1 minute, we've been banging around inside this 1 minute for a while now. We haven't broken the high of it yet. So you want to see that push all the way through the 1 minute, through this little lower PD array that we talked about earlier. That's just popping into it now. There's the high of it. Keep your eye on that order block there now. Well, it's filled it. I love it when it taps it like that and then pops off of it. I can drive through it, but I love the way it just taps, it pops off. Next PD array, 5 minute, mean threshold, back into this guy, body, there's a higher PD array, this guy here to that guy there. we get another swing. Gets a potential swing points. We have candles reversing direction in the next couple of minutes. And that's a logical premium level to reach for. And then start switching back again. Revisiting that lower PD array still. Now, what would be really good is if we just blow right through the midpoint of this candle here. If we leave that open and we blow through the midpoint of this and just start reaching for rejection block, that feels heavier for me. If we start getting that. Yes. Now it starts to feel heavier. There's the rejection block. Nope. There it is. Okay, good. So this one really starts to become, if we take this low out, this really becomes bearish for me. So how we dropped down, validated it here, dropped down to the PD array, ran back up, tagged it, instead of running up to a higher PD array. And we just kept moving down lower. That's why it feels heavier for me, just because it's not typically doing a bounce, 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 come back up, running both ends of the range, the little range it creates. And now we got a fair value gap forming in here. Nice. I'm watching the delay on the YouTube channel. Man, do I whip around a lot here with this thing. Apologize. That must be really disturbing for your eyes to see that. I'll try and make it, slow it down, make it a little cleaner. Because I look over going, holy smokes, I'm just whipping around with those crosshairs there. So now we're taking out the low. See how you can kind of get a feel for it when it starts to go heavy versus staying light, right? I wonder if it makes a difference if I make the doesn't look so in your face, I guess, if I do it like this. Alright, so I'm liking this candle here now as a breaker. Those two become important for me now. You see, that breaker run above these highs. That becomes a level of importance. The support price for further downside run on this liquidity down here. Order block. Now we've got a nice range here now. Let it go up here. Look where that 50% puts us. Perfect fill of this fair value gap inside here. Inside that inversion. So we're looking for this area here to fill. If we get a real big push back up into that, we're back inside that bigger range here again from here to here, and it's only 2 down closed candles, so you're stuck in the middle of it again, right? So you see how that 1 hour fair value gap underneath there, let me get rid of this guy. That 1 hour fair value gap, the body broke below it, we came back up into it, kept trading below the lows. So we opened up, tapped it, came down, took the lows. Now does it provide a level of support, or are we looking for that 50% fill right there? AB, message retracted. Oh, I didn't see that. Morning, AB. Alright, I'm running very late this morning, but I see I haven't missed out much. No, you haven't. You just got to see the bug zapper today. Every direction you went into, you got zapped. Zap, zap, zap. The bug zapper. Look at that. Ding! Right off of that 1 minute. See it react off that? I love that. Doesn't mean it's going to stay there. I just like to see it pop off of there. But again, we're looking for that 50%, right? Right there. And if it pops up a little bit higher into that candle wick, I don't care either. We still have this this inversion right here. So it could come up as high as there, that order block there. But we'll see what the bodies, if the bodies hold on that. If it's really heavier, I want to see this start to blow through here. Then we can, then what do you guys see next? Tell me what you would do to see where do you think it's going to go next. If we take this low out here, what's a way to predict where you think it might go to? Anyone? No one? Everyone? You guys are learning ICT stuff. Where do you think what's a way you can use to predict where it's going to go? It's not a 100% predictor. It's not super strong, but you've seen me use it in the past. Right, I'll give it to you. Nobody's saying anything, so I will give it to you. There's 50. If it comes all the way back up to that, if it doesn't, look for this breaker to get hit, these lows to get taken. So I'm going to place it right off the 50 just in case, and then we'll do this. Leg projection. You got it, Kurt. You got it. At least one standard deviation off the leg that took the low. Yes. Attaboys, attaboys. I like 1.27. We could do it like this, I suppose. Oh no, we have to do it this way. if you take one projection from there, but if you just take the price leg itself, it would be up here. So you take it from the high that it creates to the low, not just one projection down, though it may run that way, but that's how I pull my legs from the top. Wait for the retracement, top of the retracement, extend it down. Lori, how you doing, buddy? Missed you this morning. I get very low probability for the week so far. Yeah, market sucked yesterday and today. That's a good way to call it. It's not. We're bouncing around inside a daily down candle that we're expecting to have low overall volume for the day. So I'm expecting this to be banging around inside this candle. I think we've already set the high and the low of the day. Unless we take out, yeah, I guess unless we take out this low here, then I guess we got it's a little bit more downside into that breaker. We'll see how well that breaker holds price. But what I'm looking for, just so you guys know, if you want to try and grab like 10, 20, is I want to see this hit here. We still got that blue line there, that body there I'm interested in. So if we take that low out right there and just hit this blue line, we can come down to the midpoint of the breaker. If we just tap below that, or I'm looking at going all the way back down to here, but I want to see this hold price. And then from here, you have a potential to run back into creating the wick of the day. So that's your down close candle. You open, come back into the wick again, and then start running back up. So I'm going to kind of put that in there as the carrots up here for the next portion of the week. And I'm just waiting to see what happens off this level and that wick, that fair value or that price imbalance on the daily. I've got 3 levels that I'm kind of looking for to see what kind of reactions we get off of those, because either way, because I think this has got more upside, that pull back into that wick or into that body is where you're going to grab it some change. At least that's what my thoughts are on that. I'm just letting you know where my thoughts are right now for see that midpoint right there, order block. And then we're back into that price imbalance again. So this order block's a pivotal spot on the hourly. Blue line, midpoint, order block. What do we do here? Finish this guy off. We'll see how we react off that in terms of the total downside. If we eat through that, then here. If we eat through that, then I'm off base. We're looking for a lower run. So those are the three key areas I'm kind of looking at right now. So now we're coming back into that discount range. So now that is going to be a different level. It's not going to be 50% anymore. It's going to be 50% is now sitting on the bottom of that fair value gap. So if you just wicked up into the midpoint or that, look for that area there for the upside, and that candle, does it hold price? Oh, you still got the flu going on down there, hey? That's brutal. My buddy had pneumonia in that the other day, and they just wiped him out. He was just lying in bed, just no energy. It's amazing when your lungs get infected how quickly you lose your energy. So now we've hit that 50%. See that? We just tapped it. We got a reaction off of it. So that's 50% of that range right there, which is the bottom of the fair value gap, which is clean out of the top of the high. That may be all you need, but I like the rest of this in here, just a pop above it, and we'll see how we react inside here. So this is another one of those little 1 minute fair value gap areas that we want to see. Does it provide support or resistance? Do we get support on top of it, start climbing up now, and we don't quite get the low of the day back to that blue line, but we have hit the breaker, so my narrative may not even come to fruition. So many pivotal areas to play with when you got this bouncing around side to side. Well, I hope you feel better soon, Laurie. It sucks having that, especially being a fireman, man. If you ever, I know some guys that still go to work even then when they're feeling crappy. You know, you got to earn a paycheck. And then being on BA and breathing and having a cold or something like that, and you're working really hard in a house fire, man, oh man, you got to be super healthy. Your heart's just ready to pop. Okay, so there's the midpoint. No, we just popped up above the 50% there of that range. And we're bouncing around off that 1 minute fair value gap again. See that? Now I want to see this push hard through the bottom of this now. Ooh, this could go up. This is a turn point right here. Let's see what happens in this little range. You're looking up in here again. Keep your eye on that area right there. If we lose this area, look up here. I have to stretch a bit. You might hear a noise. I'm just going to extend my my table up a bit. So I can stand up and watch this for a little bit. Like Michael was saying when he was in our show last week or a week or so ago, this can play, sitting all the time can play havoc on your back. So now I expect this to be, for the next few minutes, to be potentially just upside candles. We lost the midpoint of that. We hit the midpoint. Again, here's where my eyes are sitting in here right now. Does this provide support or not? I'll see if that low holds. If it doesn't, then that's good. Okay, good. Good. So overall, they're 50%, the area we're looking for. You want to see this get through here now. I'm going to move these out a little bit more because we're still banging around inside these two. Not giving us a lot of support. So the 1 minute fair value gap now becomes an inversion. Ah, there's my buddy Derek. We did. Oh no. Okay. This is it's banging around inside this messiness. Still fun, kind of fun to call this. Try and call it out minute by minute in this, even in this environment. And as you can see, we're not going to trade this, or I'm not trading this. Looking at the 1 hour, we're back to that filling of that fair value gap again. We're sitting on it. So we got 1 fair value gap, 2 fair value gaps. We get a fill of the first one, dip into the second one. See that? And always take that with a grain of salt too. Michael's never said there's a rule that says you should take the second one and not the first one, because it could just come down, tap that, and go. So we want to see this continue pushing through here now, getting deeper into that breaker. See how the mean threshold of that 5 minute candle, or 5 minute fair value gap, see how it's holding price? The bodies of the candles are respecting that mean threshold. Sorry, the consequent encroachment. You know what I mean. The middle of it. I keep trying to make sure that I'm giving you the accurate words, because we might have new people popping in, hearing one thing and then hearing me say something different. So I've got to stay germane to what Michael's been calling mean thresholds and consequent encroachments. So you want to see this little fair value gap you see right here, give up price, become a new little tiny inversion, pop through it, come back to it, which would be the top of that breaker yet again. See how we're bouncing off the top of that breaker. What's Michael saying about today? Let me have a look here. Robin's wire being prepared. Oh, he did take a trade degree. It works here too, January 30th. Government required risk disclaimer and disclaimer. Okay. Okay, he's got a little, those of you who are on the mentorship, ICT mentorship alumni group, he's posted a video in there for a trade he took today. I haven't watched it yet, but if you get an opportunity to watch it, go ahead and see he took a trade this morning. We've been pointing out multiple different places that you could get in. they're really, it'd be interesting to see if one of the ones that we were looking at as an entry is actually the one that he took. We didn't take anything in here. Return to that. We talked about this one. Here. I don't know. We'll see what his trade was. Where did he get in? Oh, I'll wait till later. Sorry guys, not a very eventful day, but you know, this is what you got to do. You got to study price action. You got to be in the charts here, watching it. In times like this, you got to watch it go sideways and keep looking, practicing your PD arrays one to the next, and see where the candles are moving. Are they moving to the areas you're thinking about? You're in a larger range here. You're in a discount portion of that range. We've got PD arrays here and here that are premiums. We know that's 50%. We've hit 50% right there on the bodies. The wicks came up into the fair value gap. We were calling all that. You're back down into this PD array down here in this smaller range now. Now you're looking to say, well, if we need to extend, we need to get through this guy and start reaching for a higher premium array. And then whatever's new created in here. And that's our little BISI turns inversion. Lower time frame. Look for like arrays in the discount and then the premium. So we got one here and we also have one sitting way up there. So look for those levels. And if we've worked this 50% already, see that reacting off of it still, come back down into this array, or sorry, this fill the rest of this bull candle up, and then start pushing for a higher, get through this for the next one up. I'm looking at that breaker there. We have a breaker inside a fair value gap. See that? So I would expect that if price did get up here, that we get a nice reaction off of that down into whatever little PD rays we create here, whether or not we blow through this consolidation and then start driving up. So look at this consolidation that's forming here right now. We just keep coming back and tapping that breaker. Remember, we're talking about this being relative to the low set of the day, and I still like the blue, and that, again, the order block mean we got some other little fair value gaps and PD arrays that are still below price, that we might get one more drive down in there into here. I don't know if we're going to reach this or not now. We'll see what the lunchtime brings. It was oil, took an inversion after selling sell-side purge oil. Back to that old high again. Right back to that fair value gap. Full fill of first one. You don't get to the second. Look at that price leg going up now. Should be getting up in here somewhere on the 15-minute. Yeah, look, take that sucker there and extend that leg up. I'll just put this on here and then we'll look for it later. See if it actually hit it. Upside objective. Consolidation. Right off 50% of that range. We're right in the bottom half of that discount range now. So, kind of anticipate, what do you think would be, if you're building a book here, both buy side and sell side, if you were setting up the market to take a run, where would you go? What would you do? Play the narratives inside your head and then look for reasons to support that narrative and how it would unfold with each candle. And I will be right back. So we still have sideways motion. That little spot we're pointing at over here, it's now become the inversion. See that? Becomes support. Again, I'm still looking up here for a premium array. So it's tricky because of FOMC and unemployment. They're taking all south. Build confidence to the downside. SMT at daily highs makes me nervous. I imagine they want lows to be taken to confirm weakness. Yep. I'm not great the first week. I currently take highs and run it south. I like the way you're thinking always. I like that. And yes, it is non-farm payroll week. It's 21 day. Oh yes. I'm still thinking this is going to be the low of the week. My feel is that they want to set this in as the low of the week and then start pushing it back up again. So yeah, always I agree. It looks like they're going to try and give a feeling like they want to run this lower and then the rest of the week just slam this up. I like 17,675 as an upside. $6.75. Oh, you're looking up here. Right now, I'm liking this one. We'll see how it reacts off of that breaker there. If we do get one more slam down, this is the area I want to see whether or not we get a reaction off of that and push down one more time to just set in one more low of the day. Just because we've got relative equal lows here. I don't think they want to leave that untouched. So you might just dip down into that one more time. So remember I was talking about this one here. If we get through it, we want to see it become an inversion. We got through it right here where the body came back, tagged it nicely here. We tag it again and leave this open because now we've got a fair value gap above a high. Come back, tag the highs. Oh, okay, or fill the fair value gap in there. Tagging this old high here, which I guess would be the fill. I'd like to have seen that stay open, but whatever. Not continue to the upside up here. Right, that we back inside that inversion again. See whether it closes off in the next 6 seconds. Body is tagged to the order block. Aha. See how we got, where do we get? Body just close below it. Back into consolidation. Let's do this. I want to see 62%. See, you start burying these little inversions and stuff, and price imbalances inside consolidations. You can see logical. There's swing point here, swing point here. Take the range between the two, 62% perfect. Well, what does that line up with? Little tiny imbalance there. Inversion here. I'd want to see it continue up. So if I look at something, I go, well, okay, where does that doesn't line up with anything I'm looking at in here. So what am I missing in here? I tend to like to go, oh, okay, I'm missing that. I'm looking at this. Okay. So we got that little imbalance in here still. We've already whipped through it a bunch of times. There's one more pop. React off of it. Come back, you can blow through it. We have a little tiny one down here. Discount range. See one more run back into just below 62%. Start ranging higher, looking for that. Well, if you ever want to see a higher resistance liquidity run, that's where we've been in all morning so far. But we're expecting a small range day, pull back inside those in the body of that down closed candle. So that's the thing I'd mentioned earlier, is trying to get something clean that pulls us back into that body, creates a bigger wick for us off of a Pediarate that we've been looking for down below. Now again, on a 5-minute chart, they look pretty even. Excuse me. We've got a short-term note here forming on the 1 minute, or formed on the 1 minute. Dipping in. We're above that inversion again. You see, if you're looking at this, you're thinking, well, I'm inside this range here. And you're thinking about buying this. You're buying a premium to go long. So you're buying a premium and hopefully to sell it at a slightly higher price for another 10 handles. So you want to be below the 50%. But you see, we're starting to get this, and it's not a clean support right now. I'd like to have seen that come down to that, stay there, and leave. You don't want to see it eat all the way through these order blocks. You want clean support. Clean support on those levels. Fill a fair value gap. Not quite. So things can look a little sloppy here. Say, well, if this was the inversion. Hang a second, I'm going to have a little coughing fit here. Save you guys having to listen to that. You can see how there's like little tiny gaps, the inversions. Nothing's really clean right now. Yeah, you could pull back and say it could be any one of these. That inversion fair value gap over there, we're still inside of that one. Here's the 5-minute one still. Here's the 1-minute one still. The bigger 1-minute one. You can make all these little ones now. That'll be a first. I guess we'll have to make this one that 1 minute. Right there. See, this looks like a key level. When you're looking at that SIBI, look at the bodies respecting that. Even the wicks come in and just tag it. Bodies. Mean threshold. Like you can see how the bodies are respecting these levels, and or how these levels are being hit with the algorithm in mind. Very important levels, just banging off of them right now. $3,500 booked. Kirk, good for you, man. Wow. You trading inside that stuff? Good for you. Got one sitting here now. So much mess. That's so high resistance right now. Okay, time to sit back down. Not a quiet table, that's for sure. So we're just kind of hammering around off that 50% of that range right now. Just hanging out in the middle there. Not quite deciding what to do. This is the Crazy Ivan on that hour. Now we should see it turn around and go back up again. Unless that's now set us up. Our short-term swing. Bottom of the hour. Crazy Ivan. And then continuation to the upside. We'll see if that supports. If not, then this inversion, that whole Crazy Ivan idea, I gotta drop that as some sort of measure. So we'll see what happens in the next minute or so. If this actually sets a swing. Yeah, where was your entry and exit, Kirk? It's going to be more of a significant turn than that. So Kirk, are you catching these like imbalances down here and you're still trying to run up to here? Like you're trying to capture this one? Did you get the full run all the way down from here? Like I can see a few trades in there, but a lot of consolidation, a lot of high resistance there. You gotta have the patience of Job to stay in that and really be pretty confident about where you're going, for sure. Across several prop accounts from 10 points, 17,636 entry, exit 17,436.25. 10 at a time. Good man. 36. And here to 746. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, man. I think if he's looking at this inversion here, 1746, no, 1736 he said. 1736 puts you in here. 1746 takes that high. So he's just trying to grab inside this inversion. So we had a body above it, comes back into it. 36 to 46. Bold entry, my friend. Bold entry. Good for you. No crazy Ivan there. Fair value gap. Come down, fill it. Now it becomes inversion. Below the 50%. Come back, tag it. Ugh, what a mess. What a mess. Well, thank you for 9 of you or 8 of you who have stuck around and you're analyzing the markets here. You're willing to go through all this side to side stuff, looking at price action. And again, you're not just looking at this and going, ugh, what a mess. If you really study it, it's still hitting PD arrays. It's sloppy, but it's still hitting PD arrays. Now, whether or not you're like Captain Kirk there, or Kirktown, if you're really confident getting in this, and you can make a run at it, and you see he's disciplined enough to take 10 handles and then get out. Doesn't matter if it goes up higher. He's just going to take his 10 handles and move to the sides, wait for the next entry. That's awesome. She's been a crazy day. $17 contracts? ES had a better run from 10.56 fair value gap on the 1 minute and 9.20 fair value gap on the 5 minute. Sheesh kabibble, what a mess. $9.20. Break above the high, fair value gap, return to the old highs perfectly. Nice run up. Old consolidation, break down, come back to it, take out the lows. Break above the high with a body, return to a discount array. That's a nice one right there. Body breaks the high. Now look for a return to discount arrays. You got, that's a premium. That's your midpoint. Discount array would be in here. Return all the way down into there. There's your 10. Not a lot of silver bullets going on in there. Oh yeah, that was the silver bullet runner. Nice little rule. Body breaks the high. Look for a discount. That would be a nice little area that you could say, I'm waiting for that. Put my stop loss there. I don't care what happens. If I don't get it, I don't get it. You would have got it perfectly there. Rejection block. Back to discount. Break the high. Back into the mean threshold. Order blocks now. Order block, run above, come back, tag the order block high, continue pushing forward, looking for a run above old highs and a fill of a fair value gap. Order block supports price, order block body, comes back into the order block open, supporting price, yeah, much cleaner on a 1 minute for sure. Finally hits the objective. So if you were just looking off of this one alone, 45 to 52, it's almost 10 handles on a E-mini S&P. Order block supports price. Get above it here. Order block supports price. Get above that there. Back to the order block. High again. Supports price. Broken the high. So that was really, really nice price action there. Albeit still kind of choppy, but a lot cleaner than what we're looking at for sure. So good call, AB. That is much cleaner than that mess. Yes, 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 indeed, AB. The thing is, you got to stick with one asset or another. If you guys start seeing another asset class as cleaner, pop it in the comments section and we'll get over there and we'll start looking at it. When you stick to one though. This has been messy, so I'm still expecting things to clean up here. So we're going into lunch hour. What is it in Europe? This would be, what time is it now? We got 10, so 6 o'clock. Well, 5 or 6 in the afternoon right now is what we'd be looking at in London. I'm just thinking about when I go to Greece, I want to see, ideally I'd like to trade from Greece, because you can catch, like right now you'd be setting up for dinner in Greece during lunch hour. So you have your dinner from 5 till 7 or 5 till 6. That's the lunch hour. After dinner, you do a bit of trading for an hour or two, 6 till 8. And then you got the evening to go do what you want. You got the 2 o'clock run in the afternoon. And then you get up in the morning. You can trade London in the morning. You go out and enjoy your day. Come home in the afternoon. About 3 in the afternoon, you come back. After lunch, do a couple of morning trades over here in America, New York. And then have your evenings free again. What a perfect place to be. You can trade both markets then, and you're not super tired. You're fresh. The meatiest part of your day is spent trading 2 markets. There's optimum trade entry, and there's an optimum entry to trade. Optimum place to trade. For me anyway. Yes, better run. PM, 5 p.m. London. It's 5 p.m. London right now. Yeah, so Greece, I think it's another hour difference. I think there's 6 p.m. You go further west or further east. I think they're 1 more hour. They might be in the same time zone, but I think they're 1 more hour over. So this would be 6 o'clock for them in the evening. Ask Siri. That's the best way to do it. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. What is the time in Greece right now? 6:40, 6:54. 6:54. So you see how that would be just delicious. You'd be up in the morning, have a coffee, 9 o'clock. London opens 2 hours later. So you get up at night. You can go have coffee at 6 or 7. Take your time. Get into the charts at London's open. Then another hour or so later, it sets its high or low. Lovely. We didn't end up getting that. We didn't end up getting that up there, hey? Okay. Welcome to Sloptown. Sloptown, USA. There's that little tiny guy we talked about over here. And then all we've got left is this little dude down here again. And all this stuff. 5 minute again. I did trading in Venice, Italy. 3:30 p.m. was New York Open. It was nice. But I didn't know how to trade. Well, you do now, Kirk. Venice, Italy. Now, there's a nice place to be able to do some trading. See that type up over there in Europe? If you want to retire in the Mediterranean, or you want to go on a... So that's where I want to spend my winters, down in the Mediterranean there. I love that area. And I could do my morning show, The Breakfast Club from Greece. Yasu tikani, skalakalai, si. For all my Greek friends out there. Serolira polinica. I only speak a little Greek. That's because my buddy Greek. Tex, if you're listening, see? I'm still remember what you taught me when we were kids. Plus all the swear words, obviously. I know when someone's swearing at me in Greek. I remember being over there in Greece, and I was trying to tell all the Greek people all the words that I knew. So there was this girl. I was saying, look, this is all the Greek I know. So I was telling her all the words, and I was like, Ella nini ella, Ella nini nani, because this was a book that my buddy used to teach me when when we were younger. I wanted to learn how to speak Greek, so he's like, okay, I'll get my kindergarten reader, and I'll teach you how to read Greek and how to say it. And there was this one where this dad is talking to his daughter, trying to get her to go to bed. So he was like, Ella nini ella, Ella nini nani, which is like, come baby sleep. It's time for you to go to bed, right? So I said it to this lady. I'm like, Ella nini ella, Ella nini nani. And she was like, oh, she was so offended. I'm like, what did I say? I just said, come baby baby sleep. It's like, she's like totally interpreted it from an adult perspective. I was like, oh no, that's not what I mean. I was just giving you my kindergarten reader. That's all. She's like, no, you can't say that. I was like, oh, apparently you have to do it in context. So, word to the wise, my friends. Word to the wise. Diorina, what time is it? It's 9:58. I remember seeing this kid. He was kicking this ball in Greece, and it's another one of those little phrases my buddy taught me. I'm like, hey, pete di bala simena. Just throw the ball to me. He was kicking it at the time, and he kept shaking his head. It's like, oh well, that's all the words I know. Throw the ball to me. Okay, so can we get a big dive down here? We're going to run back up into this fair value gap and look for a price leg down. Would that be something that would happen? Not that it will, but my eyes go, when I see these kind of little retracements back into fair value gaps like this, I start looking at it and going, is that a price leg starting? Is that a potential price leg? So if we come back to that midpoint of that 5 minute, the consequent encroachment of the 5 minute fair value gap, where could I be reaching down to? Is that a logical, or is there an order block down there? Yes, there is. Is that a possible place that price could come to? It hasn't come there yet. So yes, it could reach there if it fills that. I'll come back near the midpoint of that. So I look for this here now. I look for YI to see how we react off that spot. So I think, well, now if that creates a turn point, is this the potential leg that it could come down to? And is it keying off of an area that looks like that would provide a level of support there? Without filling that, you'd want that to kind of stay open. But and it's not. So if that goes up to there, we get a retest of that little imbalance we mentioned over here again. So we'll see how that reacts. Does that support price? And we start getting a break below that little low there. And then I just take my leg and I just go, okay, what else is down here that would provide support? Nothing. So that's how I look at it. I do it in my mind. Sometimes just look and go, that looks about there. Take my little line and I throw it in there for some arbitrary, crazy reason. And again, this is just all, I'm not even touching this area, but I'm just kind of playing with it now. Again, when you're trying to read price action, you see it comes back in here. So when you see it in price action again, and then I'll throw this whole idea away if I lose that order block, obviously. Or if I lose this fair value gap here, I'll toss this idea. But I'm always trying to look for what's going to happen next. If that line, that order block there, that breaker holds price right now, and I can key off that breaker, and that was a price leg down, then a retracement back to that breaker, which is what we've got right now, it would bring us back to the top of that breaker that we mentioned here. See how it's just getting worked? So that's the idea I'd be looking for. Anyway, you get an idea what I'm just sharing with you some ideas that I have when I'm looking at this stuff. And I'm constantly going to practice to say how will price act off of here, or what would I expect price to act like? And see now it's already digging into this. So it kind of blows my idea. We'll see if that breaker holds price. The bodies are respecting it. I did pull the wicks, so you'd have to pull the wick from there. I give up on that idea once we start getting wicks above it. So we'll see if it still works out. And that's a turn point. Oh, so we'll see if that holds for the next 5 minutes. Back to the mean threshold. So I expect another swing to start forming here in the next few minutes. Off grid, how are you doing? Took one trade in this consolidation after opening, then got into drawdown, then took another trade and closed it after break even for the day. Low probability. Yeah. You don't want to be stuck in the middle of this mess. Yeah, it's a dog and pony show this morning. So this is the candle I want to see a swing candle on. Well, next one is it, sorry. Next one. I see there's a swing. This is why consolidations are crappy in this there's a swing there. There's a swing forming here. There's a swing there. But this candle, I want it to form a swing point. Whether that's up here at the midpoint again, or take this high out, or start pushing for a low, and then it creates the high or a low for a swing. So there's your beginning of a swing. So this next candle, if it stops right here, we'll see where this one ends up first. So you can get one of two now. One there or one there. Good, so you want to see, I want to see this be the swing point. Push down. Little imbalance, already hit here. Already hit. Inside the 5 minute, yet again. See what I mean by time? I'm expecting candles to react in a certain way at a certain time, even inside all that consolidation. Is there something to that? Stay tuned, folks. You're going to see it more times than not. There's the swing. Now, does it stay in a consolidation? Who knows? These next three candles, they tend to go up and down against each other. One will go up, another one will go down, another one will go up, go down. Their swing points can occur in the next three candles. This is the bouncing ball moment for me. Highs or lows. 10, 11 tend to conflict with one another. 9 and 10 tend to conflict with one another. See that 9 candle was up, 10 candles down. 11 candle could be up, 12 candle could be down. And they conflict with each other. It's like polar magnets. And I kind of look at this from a spooling perspective and say, all right, remember when he said that after the first 10 minutes it stops, the spooling is done from the 950 to, or the 50 to the 10? So now I look for a fair value gap to form. I'm just kind of sharing with you my process that I look for. I try to make sure this happens every hour. I try to look for this. So now, again, this is during lunch hour, so we're expecting this, right? We're expecting this side-to-side motion, up and down, kind of marking time while all the traders are off eating lunch. So I'm going to kind of show you this. We'll go back a little bit here and I'll show you what I mean. Let's just pick let's go back over the course of every hour, and you'll get an idea what I'm talking about. So this was the midnight open consolidation. 7. That's the candle I was just telling you about, the 7. Then you have that 9 and 10 bounce around, 12. Then I look for a fair value gap to form right there. And that could be a few minutes later. You don't get in on that. There's the 36 Crazy Ivan now. Right? There's your 30 swing low. Crazy Ivan. Return. So that's the top of the hour or the bottom of the hour. As it's starting to turn around and go back, does this look back over its shoulder, and then eventually starts running down. So that's not really a great one. So there's your 0.5. So you're starting to spool now. Seeks liquidity first. Six, 7. There's your 10. 9, 10, conflict that I was telling you about. Conflict. Then I look for a setup. I look for a silver bullet or an entry there. Do you get it? Nope. Here's your next one. Do you get it? Nope. So we're looking for that time where they align up and they can get us in there. Or in this case, if you're smart enough to see that this was a consolidation and you broke below it with a body and you trade back to the consolidation, you get in on that. So then you wait. 21's a turn, 27's a turn, 29, 30. There's your 32, 38. Crazy Ivan into the 40, 42. Here's your 43. So again, the Crazy Ivan thing's not perfect, obviously. Then your 50 starts to spool here. 2 o'clock. 5. There's 10. Looking for the fair value gap. It's right there. Missed it, but we're starting to get closer. Side to side. 28, 30, 38. Crazy Ivan. Continue to the upside. Looking for an objective. 00. 6, 7, 9, 8, 9, 10. There's 10. There's 11. Look for your fair value gap. Ooh, this one you'd actually lose on. 15. So if you caught that wrong side of that, and you go, okay, now I've got to get back on side again, because your fair value gap got taken out. Body took out the rule. Your body takes out your fair value gap, closes like that. You go, oops, I'm on the wrong side. New fair value gap forms. Get in on the right side, right on the money, and now you're continuing up. Again, these are rules that you have to establish that you're okay with. If that breaks your rule and you're wrong, then refine your rules. 32, 36 into that. See that bottom at the bottom of the hour, that little Crazy Ivan look there, tends to look back, comes back, takes out the low. Spooling, 350, takes out the high. That's where Michael was talking about seeks liquidity. So below, spool up into the 10 minute, so you take out that high. So if you're looking at this macro to take out liquidity, like he mentions about taking out liquidity on the low side, and it's right near this the spooling. It's starting to spool now, and it takes out that low. Then you're looking for what's the next direction you want to aim for. Maybe you're looking for back down here. I don't know. It's easy to say now when I'm looking at this way. But there's that 10 o'clock one. Or sorry, that wait for the 10 minutes after the hour. So there's your 10 right there. Now we're starting to line it up. There's the 10. It's the fair value gap we're looking for. It's taken out highs. It trades back into it right here. And there's a breaker inside a fair value gap. Load up the bus. And downside. Again, now you've got a taste of what it is that I look for each and every time. And the 17, 18 is also a very important candle for me. 16, 17, and 18. Anyway, I don't want to bore you guys with that stuff, but anyway, that's what kind of like what I'm looking for when I'm looking at this stuff. Ooh, there we go. There's that little fair value gap. 10 minute. We don't get anything there. That would have been nice to get in on while I was babbling there. After the 10, come back. There's the fair value gap. If we can get in on it, go short. Now we finally got our reach to our breaker downside. Remember we were talking that we didn't want to see, we'd say that this, they're not going to leave that untouched. They didn't. I think I was mentioning that during lunch hour you might see that run into here. Well, there we go. Lucky guess. What was this? This was a price leg, wasn't it? Price leg down. Oh yeah, it was that price leg there. Down again, wasn't it? To here. Let's just move this. Oops. See what happens in the next 2 to 3 minutes. See what happens in the next minute or so. Speak of the devil, here's my Greek friend calling me now. Yeah, annual reports for your accounts have been published. Well, what's going on here? This is a potential swing point. So is that. We'll see. Don't want to see this low get taken out now. Like that would be the low. A nice low for the day. We got to the breaker, the midpoint of that breaker we'd mentioned. We got a nice wick in there and another wick forming here. So I'd like to see this set the low around here somewhere. Not that I want to predict the low. So I'm just kind of looking to see if these lows get taken out now. This was the projection. So maybe we still got this one. Yep. We have more downside. So that's good because now it brings us into, we're seeing how they react off of each one of those 3 levels. So there's the first one gone. Second one, third one is our other objective down here, which is that daily imbalance. We mentioned, are they going to hit it one more time? And if you're catching these kind of runs, then you're a better man than me. I don't know how you can confidently say, definitely hit my objective. You can't even say it hit that low. It's close, but you'd say, well, then I'd wait for a body to break this low, and as soon as we return to these lows or this body in here that we get on it, so that would be a body break below, come back into the lows and then get short there. That would be a trade. Very light trade for a downside this late in the day. Okay, so we're returning to that daily price imbalance. Let's see what happens here. And we're coming right for a time of day. We're hitting the bottom of the hour where things can turn. It's 27. So keep your eye on the next 10 minutes for a setup. Now, if we lose that daily price imbalance, I got nothing from here. I can't help you out from here. I have no idea. I'd have to rethink this one out. So we've already extended the low of the day past where we're expecting, so I can get rid of this line now. Option 2 was that breaker. Option 3 is the price imbalance. So if we eat up and we close below here, then that really starts to alter my thoughts on the NASDAQ for a bit. And being a non-farm payroll week, is it NFP this week? They are going to take it this week, correct? Yep. So if you're not done by trade day today or morning tomorrow, so breaker is now gone. So we're looking for a swing or a setup for a swing. And then I got the crazy Ivan thing, so looking at time, price. There's a lot can happen in the next 10 minutes. In terms of time, PD arrays. That's the 30. We are at the bottom of the hour. There we go. There's the daily. Good place to stab into and then leave. So I want to see a crazy Ivan here. Look back and then take off. So far we're getting the reaction off of our third idea for the day, or my third idea for the day. I'm going to put one little trade on here. And I'm going to put my stop loss. Not that I'm predicting the low, but I'm going to go down here. Oh, that's 500. Oh, I didn't want to. We'll see what happens here. Crazy Ivan. Oh, trying to predict the lows. Done. That idea didn't work. That's called gambling on an idea, folks. Gambling on an idea. I could hear Michael laughing, saying, there you go, can't predict the low. That's what you get for trying to predict the low. This is when it turns around and goes back up because I'm out now. So you want to see a body get way above this now. For this to swing low. Now I've got no idea now. Let's go back into the higher time frames and see what's going on. I guess you could say let's try this. See what kind of reaction we get off that level. %50 of the daily breaker below us. Yeah, you got a breaker right here on the hourly. You got this breaker here. But this breaker here. What is this thing here? Those are 4 hours, are they not? this. Retag the 4 hour. Then go higher. There's the new idea. 4 hour, we're inside this one here now. This inversion, that inversion lines up with close to that 50% I'm looking at on the 1 minute. We're at the body of the 4 hour order block. So do we just get a return to that order block there? See that inversion? Sorry, not inversion. See that imbalance right here on the 4 hour versus the daily? The 4 hour one is sitting right here, which is that bottom half there. Now where this closes on the 4 hour, the wicks do the damage. The wicks what took me out here. So I want to see how we get a reaction out of this. It's got to get through here for me now. But you want to see a strong reaction over the next, what do we got, next hour, last half hour of this. I want to see a big wick starting to form here now. If not, pull back, tag it, and leave. Tag the midpoint. Use this now as the support level. If we get to see anything in here that provides a level that supports that narrative. This is a 38, 34, looking up. If this is going to go down, crazy Ivan here, the bottom half of the hour, the look back, then the continuation. Order block, mean threshold, you want to see those give up, go to the upside, find some support off of this here now. What do you think about the 1 hour fair value gap below? We've gone past the 2.5 deviation from the equities open. I like 4.5 deviation. On the 1 hour you said? Oops. Yeah, for me, you'd have to lose 50% of that consolidation. We could come back, we're just tagging into it here, order block. So if we lose 50% of that consolidation to the downside, then we're looking for these guys taking out that fair value gap down there. If we don't, if this ends up, we get this big wick here, and that's what I'm looking for right here to confirm that that was a low. I want to see some reaction off that daily inversion there. Because ironically, there's a fair value gap down here still that we hit. We went through it. So from on the hourly, I want to see this one provide some support. So with this, we go through here, come back, tag it, and we start to go back up again. Inside here. They're all overlapping inside that daily price imbalance. So I want to see a level of support here. I don't want to see just consolidating, or if you do, consolidate for a while, break up, come back down. See if this low stays intact. If we continue to chew down, look for that low here. That's the 50% of the consolidation. Then you have 50% of that order block as a line in the sand, so to speak, for a wick down and then take off. But if you close below that candle for sure, then you're looking for these guys down here. But so far, it's looking good. I want to see that order block give way though. Yeah, maybe the next 4-hour candle. I want to start seeing reactions off of that level there. See how it's tapping it? This little inversion right here on 1 minute. See if that holds price right back to the midpoint. Consequent encroachment. See where these candles close now. I'm looking at that inversion. So this is what I said to you earlier, to look for something that supports a narrative for a turn and where your narrative would fail. So you set your rules in here for it fails for me if I close below here. I'm allowed it to wick down there as the line in the sand, but I don't want it to close there. Otherwise we're heading for here. This consolidation is important for my narrative to continue to the upside. That is further bolstered by now 1 minute. Looking at the 1 minute chart, I want to see this little fair value gap now turned inversion to provide a level of support. And the bodies are respecting that right now. So I'm just finding ways to support the narrative, not marry it, but you know, how does this now in the 1 minute, what would change a run on this? So you're constantly testing your narrative on a 1 minute chart based on a 1 hour or 4 hour chart. So far so good. I want to get above here. Does this make sense to you guys, or does it seem too fluffy, complex? And we're still using Michael's principles for inversions and all that stuff. Still reading it, candle to candle, PD array to PD array, and saying, is this presently supporting a potential change at that price imbalance we talked about? Now I try to go in right there on the top. Stop loss would be there. So I've taken a hit, but now I want to know if my narrative is still correct for a return up, that this wick is where they're doing the damage. The body ends on there, opens, tap down, and the 4 hour continues after lunch from here. This is amazing. Makes sense. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Once again, the candle closed on that, opened on it. See how that area becomes that little inversion there? It becomes an area of sensitivity, which is also the midpoint of the price imbalance daily. And we're looking right on a 1 minute chart, and we're seeing there's an area of sensitivity there. You see that? And we're just banging around inside that thing. You want to see a break out of here and start going north of this. But again, if we're expecting this hour to close, we may see this just going sideways for the next 10 minutes. But the macro starts in 1 minute to spool. Now, if it's going to spool, this would be a great time for it to start right here, right? To start spooling up, or if it does come down, quickly run down to that line that we have posted below us. Again, I'm trying to pick the low, and then start spooling for liquidity. So now if it does run down to the nearest liquidity first, that low right there can be taken. And then we start to look for a reversal at a time when a macro is beginning. That daily inversion, that daily price imbalance again. Now we're looking at this guy here, because now we've traded a body below that candle, that inversion. Now that candle becomes important, mean threshold. And the one behind it is this guy here. In other words, the top of the daily inversion. Bounce off that, come back down again. Want to see it push through. Because then above that one is this guy here, and its mean threshold has been hit already. So you want to see that really start to push through this now. So that order block's now validated. Tippy tap here, body, and obviously at the top of the price and balance daily again. And now we're back to that inversion one more time. Even though we've eaten it up like nobody's business, I'm still looking at it as a level of, does it give us any support here? But the higher time frame, PD array, seems to be the key off area. So this next 4-hour candle, I expect this to be, what I'd like it to be is flat. It ends right on here at the 11 o'clock, and then, or my 11 o'clock, New York's 1 o'clock, and then just opens and just starts leaving. So it's a flat candle that starts to leave in the next 4 hours to come back up here. Oh, good, bud. Love sounding it out. Okay, good. This is how I get my students to do it when I'm doing when I have a paramedic student working with me. I get them to talk out. They're working with a patient. They tell the patient, hey, look, I'm a student, I'm his student, so I'm going to talk out everything I'm thinking and doing. That way you understand what it is I'm going to do. He understands from the medical side what I'm going to do, and it keeps things clear in my head, and I know he knows what I'm thinking, so you don't just guess. Sometimes students do things you go, where did that come from? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you going to use that drug for? Stop. What are you doing? Why are you putting an IV in right now? What are you looking at on the monitor? What do you see on the monitor? So on and so forth, right? So this is like what I would say to a student if I was actually teaching this. Talk it out. Tell me what you're thinking. Develop your narrative. How does your narrative maintain a support? And when does your narrative fall apart? At what level does your narrative fall apart, and why? When I used to teach, it used to be my favorite word. I'd write it on the front of on the chalkboard at the beginning. Yeah, you can tell how old I am. Put it on the chalkboard at the front of the desk, in the front of the room, and say, put 3 letters up there and say why. I said this will be your best friend or your worst enemy. This one word will be your best friend or worst enemy. If you don't know why, when you're teaching, if you don't know why, and your students say, why is that? And you don't know, you need to get your head in the book. Figure it out. There's nothing in any course that you're teaching that you shouldn't be able to answer the question, why? And if you ask yourself a question, why, and you can't find the answer, or you don't have the answer, find it. In other words, why is this narrative not going to work? When does it fall apart? Why? Because it broke this order block here for me. You know what I'm saying? So we're back through that inversion again, still inside the daily. So the higher time frame for me takes precedence over these little tiny ones. The little tiny ones are just trying to support, looking for support on an idea to continue up. So as we said, I'd like to see this go flat, end here, open up the next 4-hour candle with very little or no wick at all. And if it does wick, then does it take this one that line in the sand down here, the ideal tap and go, run through a little bit to the mean threshold of that candle. But I definitely don't want to see it blow through. If it does go through here, then that narrative is gone and we have to start developing a new one, which is fine all the time you're not in your trade. Hence the reason don't pick the bottoms like I just did back over here. 3 more minutes. It's going sideways, just what we asked for. Which is good, really, when you think about this on the daily. Look at all this equal cheddar up here. There's a lot of cheddar up there. So if we're now coming back into this order block on the daily, if we do run down into the top of that 4-hour fair value gap one more time, which is this sucker right here, if we do come down and tag it one more time, this to me looks like, if this doesn't provide support now, my next narrative, just so you know, is right here. Right off the top of this candle here. So if we do get a push down one more time, my pivot point is right here. Then if this doesn't work, I look for here, and then I look for something that supports a narrative to continue up. Probably around 10 again. Look for that fair value gap to form around 10.10 to 10.12 to 10.17, 10.18, in that range for an upside run. But again, we got to break out above a consolidation, you know, the typical entry with time and price. So building another narrative right here. So we thought about this one. We'll see how well that goes. But I'm starting to feel like we may get one more little push into this right here. I really hope that holds, but if we do get a little jammer, look for a pump down into here. I love the way we close above it, then we close below it, then we close above it and below it. That poor little guy's getting worked. We've closed above the price imbalance daily. We haven't closed below it yet. We've wicked down there. We haven't closed below it. So here's the 11 o'clock. Here's the 11 o'clock candle. 00. Next 2 minutes, we should see a swing point. Sorry, the next 2 minutes should start the end of our our swing point. Okay, this is good. Keep coming, keep coming. It's time. It's maverick time. Keep coming, keep coming. Go back up there, tag that, or create a little fair value gap. Next candle, come back up, tag it, and keep going down. This is kind of the candle, the wick of that. This is the wick. This is the Judas kind of push. There's that line. See that? Bang. Area sensitivity, like right on the money. Love it. Love it. So this is, remember this, we're thinking about the wick of the hour. Now, are we going to create a low right on this candle? I love the way that just, even though it may run through it, I just loved watching it bounce off of an area we looked at. So there's the low on that candle. Now, any bullish fair value gap that forms from this point, if we get above those highs right there, that little consolidation, if we get above here and we get any fair value gap in there, I'm in. I'll go long. But we got to get above here though. Look at that reaction off of that level. 3 candles, bang, bang, bang. Right on the time we're expecting a low to form, in that exact time, we called the freaking minute candle on the turn. No celebrating too soon here now, Darren. Don't celebrate too soon. We haven't picked the low. This could be a 3 Indians pattern here. Push, push, push. Further run down. That's why we're going to wait for that high to get taken out. Oh, I need you to get some legs now. Get some legs now. Next couple of minutes can form a high here, a rollover, and we may come down one more time for the one more push. Let's see if the next 2 minutes makes a short-term swing point here to come back down again. And if it does... This would be nice right off the top, right off the bottom of that, or the top of that 4 hour again. Come down and tippy tap it now. That 4 hour fair value gap. Touch it on the 4 hour. There's the 7 candle reversal. This could be the low. This could be the low. Now you got the 9, 10, 11, 12 bounce around candles. Think ES might wake to take the short-term low first at 12:33. I might want to take the low. Okay. That's a good sign. At that time, a good sign. Good sign. I like this, I like this, I like this. Take the high, there you go. Order block valid. You want to start seeing it really climb through here now. Not just bounce off of there and come all the way back down again. And we're not done. If we lose the threshold here, keep coming back down, we still have that one more. We still have that 4 hour fair value gap high. Hasn't been touched yet. But I would be okay if she didn't and just kept running. So now we're just looking for the turn of the day to turn back up. Like we've run the low, created the low, right? So we've got this fair value gap, 4 hour, and then the last place is this mean threshold of this down close candle, which is somewhere around the midpoint of the next. It's probably, yeah, somewhere in this next 4 hour fair value gap below us. So we got this one and then this one here. So we still have one, two. If we do get 3 pushes down, look for the 3rd push down to get us into here. But it's okay because we're waiting for a break in market structure now to the upside. The support price. Now I want to see this push through here. And this breaker here, holding price, back to this guy here. There's a new inversion right there. Get on top of it. Here's the 10-10. Big bull candle here. I just want to see that get some legs now and just start rocketing up. 10, 11, 12, bounce around in here now. There's the 10, 11, the 12. Usually you want to see a fair value gap forming here around 10, 11, 12, somewhere in that range. And then a reference back to it. So I'll stick around with you guys for another 10 minutes or so. We'll see what happens here. Then I'll leave you guys to watch for that kind of a setup, unless you have your own stuff then. because I'm still in my pajamas and we're 11:11 in the Canada time right now. I need to get on with my day. I got TV to watch. I got bonbons to eat. While my wife is out working her butt off. Gotta watch Days of Our Lives. Young and Restless. Or The Dumb and the Breastless. That's what my mom used to call it. What are you watching today, Mum? I'm watching Me Dumb and the Breastless, and I. This is going to be one of those slow, insidious kind of climbs up through that break-in market structure and not really give us a fair value gap. So look for 16, 17, 18 candles now. This is back inside that breaker, so there is a little tiny, excuse me, a little tiny fair value gap there. We're just coming up to the top, the bottom of it still. Oh, we get this breaker inside a fair value gap. Does that roll over and go back down? We're in a premium array of this little range. Back into that daily price imbalance. Right near the 4-hour fair value gap. Get along, little doggy. Give us some support. Little tiny candle. Hold it all up. Get above it. Be the linchpin that holds us all together. I like that we're eating through this candle without having any big retracements. I like that we're just kind of chewing through it. The little pin that could. See where that closes in the next 5 seconds. Give me a big bold candle up there. Come on. Order block. Hit it. Come on, give us a big bold candle now. That 50% of that consolidation is the key right now. So that's theory number 3, back down near this consolidation that we're talking about. We return back to 50% of it. That's the marker right there. Now this is what I want to see right here. Now create a fair value, get a body above here. Come on. So now this is where your narrative continues to get supported, right? So now you want to see a body get above there. This is no different than everything else that Michael's been teaching in terms of look for your opportunity to get back in. So this was the wick that we were talking about for the hour, right? Now you want to see this. That's beautiful right there. I'd like to see that above there, actually. So now that's the long for me, and I'll put my stop loss back down here. And we'll give it a go. That'll be the one last attempt to get long. And I'll put it right in there. We'll go long. And I'll put my stop loss down here, just below that price imbalance now. And we're gonna let her buck. Let her buck. back up here somewhere. Body above now. I like it. Now we can come back into here. We're getting some nice little, that's the little fair value gap we've been waiting for. Oh, come on, Darren. This is a lot more fun. Sitting in your pajamas and playing with the market than eating bonbons and watching TV. Come on. This is like an action hero movie right now. Isn't that what you do, AB, now that you're retired? Aren't you kind of just sitting around watching TV, eating bonbons? While your kid goes to med school. So you can see how our narrative's kind of been supported right here, right now. And each candle that forms, we're looking for more support on our narrative. Blah, blah, blah. You all understand the blah, blah, blah? So if I take a loss here, I'm okay. I'm going, okay, so my narrative didn't work. But I think I've been trying to build a pretty good case for it, because there's nothing down here that says if this range were to, if it were to come back into that range, it's already eaten through everything here. I've got my stop loss sitting below this inversion right here inside a daily. So I've got a logical place that I think it works. If I'm wrong, then that's what the markets are, man. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. So here we are. We just popped into it there. Remember 16, 17, 18? Watch that bugger not get me in here now. 16, 17, 18. There's the pull back into it. I was calling this down here, the 16, 17, 18 candles, telling you those. That's what we got right there. So come on down and get me in now. If we take out that high, I missed it. Oh, there's a little tiny imbalance right there too, so it may come back into here as low as this. This is where we want to see this real good come back and touch the price imbalance one more time. Yes. Come on. Get Big Daddy in here. Get Heavy D in. Look at that. I am on that long live, but I'm not getting in on it here. you think it might want to come back to the discount in the price leg? Oh, you mean like come back in a 50% of this leg that took out the low? Like the bottom of this, like in that inversion right there. If we take a 50%. I like the way you're thinking there, AB. My stop loss is just below that 50% if it does. But I wouldn't want to see it get below this little linchpin that we were talking about here. I don't want to see that give away. But I'm giving this return to this inversion here. But I don't want to see this linchpin give away. Oh, I'm in. Yeehaw doodle. Came right back to the top of the inversion. Now we want to see it leave. Get out of town. Oh, that'll be it, folks. That'll be me. Well, so far we've developed a narrative that supports a $260 trade. So if you wanted to take some of your my losses back, I think I took like a $500 loss, wasn't it? 400 and some odd dollar loss on the last one. What was it? Dirk. About 400, yeah, $500. So. But hopefully you get to see how we've I've kind of talked about this whole narrative, different areas that we want to see provide support. Stupid trade, trying to pick the low, wait for your setup to occur. We have a spot that supports a potential for the low, and we want to break in market structure with the body. We have a fair value gap, logical place for me to enter, logical place for me to put a stop loss. So far that narrative kind of worked out exactly as we called it, and we're calling for the exact time. I want you guys to refer back to my time principle, looking for the exact time we wanted this to form. We said, okay, now wait to the 16, 17, 18 candle for a return into a fair value gap. And look at that, right in here on the 18 candle, there's your entry. We got a little tighter here on 23, but there's the money back. Now we could close that out and break even for the day. Now you want to see this doing what we said earlier, right? When we said that 4-hour candle, what do we want to happen on the 4-hour candle? Is this the next 4-hour candle? Oh, I guess it's not. I thought this would be the, oh, it's 12 o'clock, so it'll be the next one. Okay, then big wick. Big wick, come down, tag the edge of it, and just keep going up. So I just want to see this turn into a big ass wick right now. It's the target 17,608. 17,608. Target is yesterday's or 2 days ago high right here. This level. So is this Asian low? What is that one? What is that thing there? Was that a fair value gap? Creepers. I gotta start marking these things. Oh, it's a 5-minute fair value gap. So we can get back up into that little monkey. Let me get rid of this guy. Remove him. So to capture some love here now. And that'll be it for me. I think now I've got to make sure I did well at the beginning of like Monday. I think I got a couple of good calls in. So today, whatever we get for no profit, no problem. I don't want to see it come all the way back down there. It's probably going to come back down and tag it, but I don't want to see, logically now, I don't want to see this consolidation get broken. We've already broken that high. I'm just sitting below that breaker right there and this low, and $30 into my profit. I'll pay for the trade. We could come back to here. I want to see these this stay open though. I want to see that fair value gap above that little consolidation there. Come back, find some support at it, leave it open, and then continue forward, and that little order block to provide us a level of support. Now you want to start seeing structure forming and steps forming to start getting us our narrative, right? So I want to see these order blocks holding price now. Now if you really want to jam your stop loss, because you want these to provide support in a crappy kind of environment that we've been in. 17,607, that's that what you're looking at? 17,608. So you're looking at this 5-minute fair value gap right here. Again, look at the range that we're in. Look at the 50% of that range on a 5-minute. Let's go to a 5-minute. And say, what is the premium and discount of the 5-minute range? We just hit 50% right there. 62% doesn't really give us a heck of a lot. Depends on where you put your fib tool, I suppose. 50% puts you into the consequent encroachment of the SIBI. Now I want this to provide support. So if we close that out and take another one down here, this is where I take shit out way too soon. If it comes back into that order block, I'll take that one, stick the stop loss back down here again. So this is the same thing happening on the 5-minute that we were looking for on the 1-minute. God, that came right back to the top, bottom of that inversion there. I like this idea on the 1 minute. Look here. This old high here. Premium discount. What's in a discount array right here? Let me make this look a little more sexy for you. How's that? So we want to see that order block hold and for it to come back down into a discount array for me here. And I'll start trying to trade a little more frequently so you get an idea of array to array. So 70% puts us right in the middle of this guy here. 50% puts us here. So we'll see that hold come all the way back down into this range right here. Unless this one holds at 50%. And we'll put one at 50 and wait for one more to come back down here. Put one in there. And we'll put one in here. And we'll put our stop losses not that low. Look at that, it tapped it, but didn't get me in. Didn't get me in, bugger. It ain't done yet. I would imagine that we try to get a little more than the discount there. Oh, if I actually had that sitting on 50, that probably would have taken me in there. Yeah, this 0.25, and I was just a tad bit too low. It's okay, we'll see what happens here. How's that for being too precise, eh? Should have that sitting right there. That would have got me in for sure. The low on that is 90.25. I'm sitting at 90.75. That would have put me in perfectly there. Oh, too precise, people. Too precise. Now that's an order block that's valid, so it could start to leave from here. But we're back to the mean threshold of this one, so we're between these two right now. I'd like to see that. Just give it up, come back down in here one more time. Give that little tag. If we start running above here, then we're going a little higher. Come on. Let's get a take it. This is the crazy Ivan we want. Come back, just get me and take me in. Now we'll see if it comes down to our next one. Right to this old high. I'm okay if it just takes off now. Leaves that last little piece open. But we gotta lose the mean threshold here. It's gotta get above this high. If we break that high, then I'll close this trade here. Not a good sign. Ooh. If that closes below there again, I'm out. There's the body broke below here. Body broke below here and here. I think we're down $200 or $300 for the day. Yeah. That's my rule. Body broke below the threshold of that 50% of that consolidation. So potentially more downside. Again, if we end up flat on here and start the next hour on here, that's the 4-hour candle we talked about here. If it ends flat on top of this, we wick into it one more time, into that imbalance right here. I'm all right with that. And then you look for another start to the next hour for the upward run. That little linchpin we were talking about. Back to the midpoint of that daily imbalance. So here's where AB is what you were talking about for the potential run back to that price leg, 50% of the price leg. So look for, if you're correct, look for price to be supported here. If it doesn't, then is there more potential? Oh, for fuck's sakes, come on. No lower than this on a close. I'll put a line in there so you can see it. There's an inversion here. Order block. The next macro starting to spool out any minute. Now it's going to spool to liquidity first. So do we take out the liquidity generated at lunchtime, hitting that little area we were looking at here on the 4-hour fair value gap? Do we come back one more time, clean that out, and then move higher? That would be an interesting narrative. Right now we're pulling back into this range, which I'm wondering would be %70 puts you right in here, optimum trade entry, off the 50% of the price leg, off of the 1 minute fair value gap. So there's a couple of confluences there that support AB's idea of 50% of that price leg. So now this macro begins. Right down in that price imbalance one more time on the daily. Touch the bottom of it. So you're looking at AB for your line in your sand right there. You don't want, this was kind of like this idea was for the 50% of the 1 minute fair value gap we were talking about. Keying off of that, wanting this. We should have to settle for that. Would have been nice. Greed kicked in, pushing too high. I can see why it hit that spot right there, close that gap. And now we're getting a return into here, so we'll see if AB's narrative is supported now. This is good. This is what you guys need to do, is start talking about the narratives that you've got in mind, and then we'll play it out. We'll talk it out on here, so we'll all kind of share it together if you want, instead of just having to listen to me babble away. So here you go, AB, right on your mark. See, it didn't even bump on it, it just went straight through it. But it's hit the bottom of that fair value gap inversion on the other side. Poof, now it's trying to clear right through it. All right, so now you can see the other narrative we were starting to bring into play was, if this macro is seeking liquidity, the nearest liquidity is right here. If we run that to the area that we were talking about before, which is, let's see, it was running right there, spooling right at 1350. Vroom. Head for this liquidity, hit our 4-hour fair value gap high, and then see if we get the next 7 minutes. If we open flat on that 4-hour candle that we talked about, that would be a nice way to start that run. So right now we're back into this order block right here. Come back up to the midpoint. So we can throw that one out the window right now. So we're through the midpoint of this. So we're digging into the mean threshold. One candle, run through 3 of them. Your ass is next, as it were. Let's try a turtle soup trade right here. Keeping in mind those other two ideas we had was, so we come back to here, take this out, come back to here, or come back into mean threshold, sorry, the mean threshold of this down close candle, which is this 4-hour fair value below us down here. So we'll see how we react off this. Otherwise we're going to try and predict a low again, right? We don't want to do that. So we want to say, look for the same kind of thing that we looked for here, and the time for our setup to go long. We got a small little trade here and then lost a bit over here. So if we're trying to be more logical in our approaches, that's a 79 to an, so that's almost 20 handles. Just over 20 handles, 23 handles. More than enough to get out, move to the sidelines, do some nibbling like our friend Kirk was doing. There's 55. 55 makes a swing. So if this creates a swing right here, comes back down. Then look for 58. See how it bounced off that order block? That inversion now. Went through it, traded, came back to it. At a time we're expecting a swing. I want this to take this out though, because this could be the short-term swing. Let's see if this candle holds here, or 58 creates the new, there's 55 swing. You want to push all the way through here now. Watching this whole area here, does it provide support? Or does it become the inversion on the opposite side? Are we going up? Or are we going down? You want to see that candle get eaten through. Or this creates a swing. So where does the next 4-hour candle come to? One more minute. Slight close below, open all the way back to the top of that inversion. See what the next minute holds. Higher or lower. Right off there again, see that? This is the flat start we're looking for, the wick. Ooh, right to there. What would that be? Okay, so we don't want to see this order block get hit again. That might be the low right there. Now look for the next silver bullet entry. Closed above it, come back to it. This time the upside is 610. If we get a fair value gap forming in here in the next 10 minutes or so. Six 1-0. So you see how this wick here, I wouldn't want to see us lose more than 50% of that wick, which is that order block right there, which is this order block right here. So now that we've come back into it, I really don't want to see us take this low again now. That's that flat body 4 hour we're talking about. Now I want to see it leave. So again, this is the wick of that 4 hour candle. 25% would be nice. Let's do this. We don't want to see it close below 50% here. took this low out again. Wick, we want to see this. That's a 4-hour candle. We want to see it close above that, right? Back to another narrative of this one down here again on the 4-hour fair value gap. Do we slice through, take that, then retreat? See, when you hold all these different narratives in your head and you see one giving up, you got to go back to the other one, right? I'm going to remove this one. Mean threshold here, that's gone. Look for here now. We can wait on that next narrative, and I don't want to see another price leg like this happening all the way through here. If that does, then that other narrative that we talked about, which was brings us back to that 4-hour mean threshold down there. So if we push, oh, we've already pushed through that bottom already. Hello? So it hit right on the top of the inversion, or the fair value gap that we called for another one of our narratives. So now we want to see this blow through here, take this high out. So we've got break in market structure to the upside now. So you have to wait for all of this to get cleared out. That's the little dippy do right down onto exactly onto the spot we're looking for. So we can let this one go now. So we had a narrative that gave us a run in here. This one broke structure with a I didn't even see this till now. Broke structure here to the downside with a body, created a fair value gap. We returned inside it to the order block. That would have been a perfect entry short, but my mind was always thinking long. So that's the idea of the problem when you marry your idea of a long. You start to give up. You start to miss the opportunity that, hey, look, we broke structure here. Fair value, back to order block, continue down, running for lows. Back to order block, inside a fair value gap. That's okay. It's okay to go back and look at, all right, I got to keep my mind a little more flexible in terms of when I'm on the wrong side of the market, right? And that was the first indication right there for me. Break here, return, fair value gap, break, come back into premium, discount, that little swing point there, back into a premium array, continue down, take this out. So there could have been a load on here, a load on again there for that finish there. Again, easy on hindsight, but something I want to keep practicing on, having the flexibility to see the change in structure to the upside. So what we found here in terms of validating this break in structure, we're looking for right here. So I want to see that break that with a bold candle, the old fair value gaps to form in here, and then the push through. So the next 6 to 8 minutes, I want to see something in here that blows this order block out of the water. And then I am going to go and eat my bonbons and watch zombie killing movies. The Walking Dead. I do like a good zombie killing movie. So we spooled for liquidity from 50. Where's 50? Reaching for liquidity. There's your 10 minutes done. That macro is done, reaching for liquidity. So the only other downside objective we got now is down here. This guy down here. See, no break in structure yet. Still got to support a downward run. We've come back up into this order block here. Body breaks down below it. We come back up into it right there. Continue on the downside. All right, well, I guess we are getting this push through here for that price leg. So we've come all the way back to this order block right here. Reacting off that. See, I don't care what we react off of now. I just want to see a break in structure to the upside if we're going to go back up. If we continue to go down, you have to look for more areas to support downside prices. No body below this breaker yet, just wicks. So we're looking for, again, 16, 17, 18, looking for a fair value gap to form. But it's only been 5 hours. Exactly. Bonbons and zombies now. My brain is almost fried. This is what I like to see. A nice big impulse leg here now. So this is still our valid entry, or a valid narrative that we had. I'm okay with wicks. The bodies are still respecting our narrative. I'm all right with that. This is good. This is what I want to see. Here's your silver bullet. Take this, put it here. I'm doing that. We're going to do that. We're doing that. If that's the silver bullet, we need that one to, even if it stops in here, that's fine. If it comes back, wicks there, stops, comes, tags it. I'm going to go along on that. I know we haven't broken structure yet, but I like this time. I like this time. I like the time. Da, 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 da. Thank you for the price narrative. It really helps me. Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome. 2 fair value gaps. Which one do you want? Break in structure. Come all the way back down inside something like this. And we put our little prices in here. Buy. We'll put one there. We'll put one. there. And we'll load up the bus right here. That will be our 2 o'clock in the afternoon silver bullet entries. Let's see if we take those. And the stop loss will be down here. Und wann? I don't lose 50% of that. Und 2. Und 3. Oh, we got one in. Woo! Look at that, came right down and tagged me. And that damn spread kept me out. Too funny. Well, we're all in now. No, I don't want to see it come back below here. I want this to be the short-term low here that's been set in here. Now the important thing is that you want to see this start to really lift off up here. I don't want to see it come back here. I'll close out if it comes back down below that threshold again. Fair value gap, body closed above, come back, tippy tap it, and move on up. Still inside this guy here now. I want to see it get above here, support my price. Here we go. Now you want to see that midpoint get broken and start blowing through this daily inversion now. This again, I want to see that low hold in place, so I'm modifying my stop loss. If it comes down, takes me out, I don't care. I'm wrong. So again, I'm going to manage this from the back end. Just want to see it just blow through here now. There you go. That's what you want to see. And now you want to see a break in structure here now. Big bold candle, go all the way through here. Create a fair value gap and start climbing on this now. We want to see it starting to climb. Get up into here. But that was your macro, or your afternoon, 2 o'clock, swing low. You want that to form in there. That's what I was after. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Now I want to see it climb on top of that. Here, can come back onto there. Now we said 16, 7, 6, 10 is our upside objective. So I'm going to put that as my upside objective. Just because we said that's where it's going to be, I'm going to just a tad bit below it. And there you have your afternoon macro. Sorry, I keep saying macro. It's not afternoon macro. It's the afternoon silver bullet PM session, 2 o'clock. That's why we don't take the first one. See little silver bullets, supposed silver bullets, unless you're just taking them for, well, you wouldn't get it right there. You'd be taken out right here now. That's why I like that key time. I keep mentioning to you guys that 12 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes after the hour, wait for the wick to form, trade off of that, and that's what we've got here. So, and you get it, if it doesn't come in right on the 10, 11, 12 to form, then wait for the 16, 17, 18 candles to come back into that level and take it. Now I'm just going to move this trade into positive, so I'm moving my live trade into profits. Well, well, well. Did you guys like that? If you're new, subscribe. We talk these narratives out, and you can see when the narrative finally sets itself up at the time we're looking for. Time and price. That's all we've been looking for, is to something that builds a time and a price narrative that enables us to take our trade. So as an upside objective, we're looking for prices to keep moving now. So I don't even want to see this. Ideally, I'd like to see it just keep running all the way through here. But because we're in a non-farm payroll week, that would be an ideal place to unload a portion right there. So let's just take one partial off there, just because we can. And look for, we're now inside this big guy here. I like this. Now, the problem is I think we might be coming back. And if we do, because it's a week non-farm payroll, we still got lots of year left in us, guys. So we're going to do this all year long. We're doing it all year. I'm here with you guys all year long. It's my pleasure to come to you guys with this stuff and share this stuff with you. And thank you again for so much for you guys popping in and sharing your time with me. I'm looking for this just because it's non-farm payroll week. So for me, this inversion, now that we've traded a body through it on a 4-hour, if we come back to the edge of it, to me, that's a good, safe place to get out. And that high on this candle is 0950. So I'm going to give this guy a little pull down to 0925. I just want to make sure I get in, and my guess is it's going to come all the way through here. I want to see that really push up higher. But either way, I hope you've enjoyed yourselves here this morning. And I will leave this trade to continue on. And I'm going to go have some lunch, have a shower, get out of my pajamas because it's now afternoon. And this is no way to retire. Of course it is. This is what we all want. If you got to retire, trade during the day, make $800. More than what most people are making when they go to work all day long. And we just did that in the afternoon, playing here. If this was real money, I've got my live account going, but if this was real money, you just made more than most people make. Some people are making a week in just this little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes. Isn't that crazy? Much respect to those people that are out there just working the rat race. Once you guys can see this kind of setups, and we're calling it every minute. We're on the minute, you guys. We're on the 1 minute NASDAQ. Okay? Like, people say you can't call this market and time and price don't matter. This is all random shit. This is all chaos. Well, we have a different story. We had multiple narratives we built all the way through. Each narrative, as it failed, we found the reasons why it failed and what we wanted to support price on the upside. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. I'm closing out now. Know that that's my upside objective, and I will try my best not to frick around with it and leave it now that we're into some profits. So If it turns around, comes all the way back, takes me out, I'm cool with that. Even though right here, premium discount, we're coming into a premium now, we should start unloading some of our position. We took some off already anyway, so I'm okay. We're banking some, and all is good. So thank you for the price action narrative. Really beautiful. Take care, bud. Thanks for the time too. My pleasure, my pleasure, my pleasure. Love you guys. And if you're in on this trade, high five. There, I high-fived you. Good work. And look for rejection block again. Maybe take one off there at the rejection block and run for that guy there. You know me and my rejection blocks. Oh, look at this thing. Just as I'm about to sign off. No bonbons for me. I'm going to watch it for a few more minutes. No bonbons. Algo Cats. Thanks a lot for the knowledge. Oh, Algo Cats. I haven't seen you before. You're welcome. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Pop in. We're here every day. Kirk, always. AB, Derek. Man, they're all here. The regulars are here. Kurt's like clockwork, man. I just click on and the boy's there. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for your support. And hopefully you can see how we've kind of talked through this piece by piece, minute by minute, looking for a setup at specific times and specific prices, specific or even Pacific PDRAs. And hopefully we've had some laughs along the way, and we're just kind of chillaxing, enjoying our lives, man. Let's see where this goes from here for a few more minutes. Okay, I'm going to pee, and I'll come back. Hopefully that starts ripping up to our objective. We're still going. Oh, look at these comments. Thanks, Darren. See you tomorrow. Thanks a lot for the knowledge. Bro, you just saved my funded account, I swear. I love you. Oh, I'm subscribed for a long time. I will promote you on Discord. Over 800 members. Wow, you've got 800 members. Good for you, man. That's excellent, Algo Cat. In my NFT project. Excellent. Always. Good lad. See you tomorrow, Algo Cats. Of course, I'm here daily, but not to talk that much in the chat. I got my notebooks also. I write a lot on your stream. I'm just 21 years old. Oh, I love to hear this. 21 years old. Good for you. young guy learning, kicking ass, man. This is great. That's the perfect age if you're keen to learn this stuff, man. Ooh. Inside here, we've closed below that inversion now. Keep your eye on this area right here. If it hits that, comes back down through here, get the fudge out. We come back to that order block there. I don't like the fact that we've closed below this inversion here though. I want to see it run through here. If we even come close to that again, I'll close it out. Or actually, you just do this. That's okay. And we might not get my objective now because that may come back and tag me out for sure. I just don't like the idea that we've gone below here. Find support. Yeah, it's going to come through. Uh, 20 years old, guy trying to learn a lot. You got plenty of time, my friend. Plenty of time. I'm just running an NFT project on Algorand blockchain over 3 years. An NFT. Oh, you're making NFTs. Oh, that's really cool. I started trying to make NFTs for all my art because I do a lot of painting and drawing. So I tried making NFTs. I had all those guys trying to rip me off by saying, "Oh, I want to buy your NFTs." They never did. Anyway, I'm glad that you're doing it. Keep in touch, man, because I'd love to know how you're doing with that NFT, that project. From 18 years old, good for you. Holy cow. I was in crypto trading from 19, but I moved to Forex. Forex is a challenge. This is a really good place to be right now, is in this futures trading. It's not as often manipulated as it is in Forex. Beginning of the 5-minute candle. Commandment took some trade, but with a better entry. LOL. Yep, I'm making NFTs. If you want any time to make a project, let me know. Could be something with utility in Forex. Trust me, I don't know how to go into futures, but I will learn. Yeah, whatever you've learning in the this looks like it's going to come back and take me out here. Yeah. So futures algo is no different than Forex, in that Forex has got closing that thing out right now. I'm going to close out my live trade. Finally, okay, good. Yeah, so the algo is the same. The what we call on our setups are exactly the same. So, but this is less manipulated. You know, when you're dealing with Forex, especially with brokers, they got big spreads. They open them up and they can really screw you up a lot. With NASDAQ, Michael calls it more of a gentleman's type area. So look for an account you can set up a futures trade on. I don't know where you are in the world, but and if you're allowed to trade Forex or futures, I should say. But stick around. We'll kind of walk you through it. And yeah, wish you all the best. Anyway, that's it for me. If it does get back down into this consolidation one more time in this range, I might get in for another long down in here. Again, stop loss tight in here. I'm just looking for a discount now that I've got out at a premium. I want to get it in at a discount, so I'll get back into this mitigation block here, or perhaps this breaker right here, this old high, anywhere inside this daily inversion or that daily price imbalance again. If it gets back into there, I might catch something for along there. We got 1, 2 PD or fair value gaps, so if we get to the edge of that one or somewhere back in here, then I'll try to catch her along for these highs here, and then back into that inversion fair value gap on the 4 hour. Unless it runs off now, then that's fine. But can't feel bad if you're taking profits, my friends. Can't feel bad at all. Anyway, thank you so much for your Romania. Cool. I'm allowed for Forex, but not in the futures. Okay. So I will try to give you some Forex stuff then during the day. I'll try to pop into Euro Pound. Which one do you like to trade most? Euro, I'm not a big fan, or GBP, I'm not a big fan of. I've always had a fond liking, even though I'm British. I'm not a big fan of British Pound. It's really manipulated a lot. Euro seems to be the only one that was the most consistent for me, trading that. So let's look at this 10 o'clock here. I just want to see if we got something that supports what we were talking about. This is the 1 hour, so let me go into the 1 minute and see if we can find something that would have been something for our buddy Algo to get in on. Because I want you all to kind of get your money, get your things working the way you want them to work. So there's the 130. We have a breaking structure to the upside with a body candle. Come back into a discount array. So take your fib tool from here to here. Again, when you get breaks in market structure to the upside, look for, come on, get up there. Look for a retracement. Look at that. Look at that. So if this is a break in market structure, we get a body that breaks the market structure to the upside. Wait, don't get caught up in this. Wait for a retracement back into a discount portion of the range that's created above this high. And there's 50%. Look for a PD array that supports price at, let's say, 50%, 62%, 70, whatever. And that would be like what you just saw me layer in there at the high, the medium, and the low. That would be your layering in, so to speak. One there, one at the bottom, one at the next one down. And again, very small leverage on the higher parts and heavier leverage the closer you get to your stop loss. For a net maximum no more than 1 or 2% of your account. Then you want to just simply from there, range, run up to the old high that was just created, take that high out, move to the sidelines. And that's a good little trade right there. That would have given you 30, so 83.45. So that would have been 30 pips right there. Okay, trade back into a discount, order block, mean threshold right there. Trade back up, order block to order block. Inside this range now. So discount, premium. Sorry, let me make this bigger. Jeez, I'm squinting my own eyes looking at it. Okay, so premium, discount, go to discount, come back up to premium. Look at that, right on the body. Who is this person? Hello? So let's look at the 2 o'clock. Here's the 2 o'clock run. So there's, if you would have taken the 2 o'clock silver bullet, you would have got taken out right there, but you wait until the 12, 13, there's 10, so look for the one after that, 12, there's your 14, then wait for 16, 18, come back into it, bing, like right on the money on the 18, look at that. Perfect entry, minus whatever your spread is. Or add your spread just to make sure you can get in on that spot. And you would have been in on this trade all the way up here into this right now. That would have been a massive trade for you right on our, see what I mean by the time algo is exactly the same as what we just did on the macro, or sorry, what we just did on the NASDAQ. That entry right there that we just talked about on the 18-minute candle I was calling, the 16, 17, 18, that's what you want to get in on. Looking for, again, your discount premium, looking for a discount range or 50% or more. That lines up right with our silver bullet entry at 2 o'clock. And then you're running for your highs or your thing here. Does that make sense? But anyway, so you get a bit of an idea of what it is that we're trying to set up for our range. And it does exactly the same thing for all these other currencies as well. So what you saw there was what you could accomplish here, looking for that on your euro. Okay, so that'll kind of help you out a little bit there. But anyway, so NASDAQ, but not futures. Oh, you can do NASDAQ. Oh, you can do NASDAQ, but you can't do the NASDAQ futures contract. Okay. Well, same principle on NASDAQ. You can get some good returns on that, so be careful. Make sure it's a mini and not the macro, otherwise you have to put a huge lot on there, and that could be quite expensive for you if you're not careful. But anyway, if you like this, smash the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. We're here for you. We want to make sure you're all getting what you need, and we're all moving in the direction we need to work. So with that, I'm out of here. I'm going to do a mic drop on a high spot. Get out of here so I don't blow my account now. Love you guys. Thank you again for turning up, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. We're inside this. I can't help it. We're inside this. We want to see that breakout above that. Use that as support now. That's your inversion. Get above there, come back down, find some support, and start heading for our upside objective. Okay? All right. Anyway, I love you guys. Take care. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I got to get out of here. I got to go have a shower.